Check. Check, check, check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Right. Let's look at the notes. So we're in a 20. So this week, what did we do? Work on to-dos. I mean, we did that really. Let's do a new card. This is week 22. 28th of July to the 1st of August. Okay. So the goals for this week are just going to be, so we're just doing something, we're doing right now, we're in the middle of formalizing gameplay systems. And then after that, probably work on some bugs. And that's all we're kind of gonna do, I think. Work on to-dos, because I don't want to start anything new until we've got some of these down. Okay. So this is the gameplay systems. This is quite new. This is any new gameplay system we have, we can stick in this list, and it inherits a bunch of cool features. So we're just moving over. It's a bit of a refactor. We're moving over existing gameplay systems into this list. We're nearly there, actually. I've done this off stream, so just sort the cables out. So what we need to do is we just need to search for more places where we. So these what were controllers, inventory item controller, monorail controller, world map controller, are now systems in the parlance of the engine. So the inventory item controller, one of the things that systems can do is we can just listen for events directly in the system itself. All of this doesn't seem to listen for any events. So this would be quite straightforward move. And we actually want to, let's bring up the notes a second. I need to make a note of this so I don't forget. So in the to-dos, we want to make sure systems cannot copied, moved. I mean, really, it's gameplay systems. I'll put that right to the top, and then we want to remove, include references to gameplay systems. That's part of today's work. Okay. So let's get on with it. We already do delete the copy and move constructor here, which means it cannot be copied. But other systems we don't. So we're going to remove these global gets. And we're going to change the name to inventory item system. All right. Okay. See, it's also removed this. For some reason, if I swap to using Visual Studio on my laptop, it removes shortcut commands on this computer from using it on the laptop, which is really bizarre. This is actually Alt F7. Because it's doing it to external command 2. Yeah, there's some kind of weird cloud behavior going on now with Visual Studio, where it tries to share shortcut commands between different computers if you're using the same account, which is, in my opinion, not great. You know, I have different shortcuts on my Visual Studio on my laptop because I've got fewer screens and smaller screens. I'm going to do things slightly different over there. Anyway, whatever. So let's just build and see how many compile errors that made. Build that library, all right. Okay. So basically, in a lot of places where we get inventory item controller now, there's a different way to get it. So we want to put an inventory item system in there. So this is G-Systems get inventory item system. I'm going to be using that quite a lot. Doesn't know about systems. Include gameplay systems. All right, awesome. Let's keep going. Just going to be a bit of refactoring for a bit while I move these systems over. There's 3 more systems to move over. There's the inventory item system we're doing now, then the monorail system, and then the world map system. And that bit's done. Vanbjerg, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Managed to get on a stream today, which is good. here until 5 o'clock for the next 5.5 hours. Hope you're alright. Big Ben 10. Haha, yeah. But yeah, hope you're alright. Hope you're having a good summer. Alright. There. What I might do is auto de-ice inventory item system is that, and then we will do that. I won't judge you, don't worry. Got a comedian in the house. Okay. What I might do is just go through some of the. Oops. What am I doing? So we don't want that one. G systems. Get inventory item system. So I'm just formalizing the gameplay systems now. Kind of tightening up a lot of the gameplay kind of architecture before we move on. Because I'm gonna, once this is all tightened up, formalized, we have a system for doing things, we can move on with making the actual game with these systems. So the world item system, inventory item system, level design. Oh yeah, it's quite difficult, isn't it, I find. But yeah, it is. Might do that here as well. There he is. Ah, yeah, cool. Yeah, it's one of them things where good level design kind of like people take it for granted, and then they place, you know, they think, oh yeah, whatever, just playing the game, but then they play something that doesn't have good level design, and then they really notice the level design afterwards. You know, you take a good level design away and it makes the game feel bad, but then you take it for granted if it's good. Bread Monsters, hey, how's it going? Nope, get rid of that bot. Doing bready. Ooh, lovely. Pretty good. I'm doing alright. I'm pretty good as well. Thank you. Feels off when playing. Yeah, it's the feel that's really hard, I think. It's the hard part, yeah. And also getting the levels to kind of like feel like they belong part of the same game, if you know what I mean, is hard. To unify the level design, to make them different so they're different levels, but then the same so you're the part of the same game. Dear, no problem. Decent. Will I ever be able to make something decent after a lot of practice? You will. Definitely. Nobody starts out good at anything. Man, this is not copying. There you go. Give me some doubts. You just practice. Good level design. Play a lot of games. And build a lot of levels. And read some books and stuff. Okay, so I'm going to do it here. It's the same as coding, really. You need to do things to get better at them. I don't think you can just look. You can't look, observe and get better. You have to do it. It's the same with coding or level design. Yeah. That's IIS as well. Okay, let's just copy this. The routes that are just from point A to B hard to just remake, not as interesting. Yeah. I think good level design in the games that I like to play provides the player with enough choice that they feel like they're making a decision. Do you know what I mean? That they are making the decision to how to solve the level or whatever, or how to get from point A to point B. There must be enough things in the design that the player kind of like decides to do it and they can do it. And I think that's quite hard. Rather than just being shown the path. Like sometimes you can just be shown the path, especially in the beginning of a game. But like as the game progresses, you need to open the game up so the player feels like they are making the decision themselves. But in reality, the player is expected to choose from a list of things, a list of solutions. Yeah, and too much choices is also bad. And that's it. That's like part of the level design is how the whole game flows and how the game opens up for the player. Take something like Skyrim for an example. It starts quite rigid. It is a point A to point B, at least for the first hour. And then the game opens up a little bit, usually when you like get out of, it's like when you get out of the cave in Skyrim. But it isn't fully open. It's like, go to this town. You don't have to, but that is still telling you what to do. And then as you play, it opens up more and more and more and more. Yeah. Constraints in map size. Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, I haven't really done any level design for this game yet, but I will. And I'm going to follow that model of like opening up. So it'll start off rigid. So the way I thought I'd start the game was not on the space station itself, because this game's set on a space station, but on the ship to the space station. So it's smaller. And that's where you can have tutorials and things, and, you know, spend the first hour of the game there. And then you get to the space station and it opens up, and it's a much bigger area. But it's going to be like, so the first part of the game is going to be like in the crew quarters. So it's going to be like, go to the crew quarters. And that's where you'll meet the first characters on the space station and stuff. Doing dark magic. Yeah. It's a right skill for sure. How's your brain? It's experience, isn't it? It's mostly experience. It's experience, then you have enough experience to kind of learn to think outside the box a bit. I like, I don't like, yeah. It's just experience. It's just doing it a lot and realizing. It's like there'll be things that you do in a game that you really like, that you'll think you are the agency, you know, like, oh yeah, I'm doing this and this is working for me. But then when you start to learn level design, you kind of realize that that was planted there by the designers for you to realize. Do you know what I mean? And then you're like, oh yeah, well, I could do that as well. If you can make the player feel like they have come up with these, they have come up with the solution, then that is fun. That is what fun is, you know. Fun level design. At least that's what I like. There are lots of different types of games, and some solutions are just, this is the solution. But I like the games where you try something and it works, and you're like, that is a way to do it. And you think you come up with the idea. But it is still the level designer's planting that for you to come up with. Where the water is drained. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool though. That is like, that makes it actually interesting, doesn't it? I mean, it makes it more difficult, but it makes it more interesting at the same time. Yeah, I mean, you need a lot of robust gameplay systems to deal with all that easily. That's why I'm spending a long time on these gameplay systems, especially like pathing and stuff. Because then you can have lots of dynamic things happening in the level, and the game engine can like just deal with it. Like the pathfinding system can just deal with it, you know. Especially if you want a game that feels dynamic and feels like the player's making the decisions, or the player feels like they're making the decisions. You need kind of very robust gameplay systems for that. You just want to shake it up. Yeah, you're kind of getting bored of it yourself. Yeah. That's like a thing, innit? When you know the solution to a lot of things, it becomes less fun for you, the designer. But you've still got to have your head in the clouds a little bit. And, you know, try and imagine someone playing this for the first time. Yeah. He like solves the game then. Imbossy, hey, how's it going? I'm doing alright, thanks. Not streaming as much over the summer just because the kids are off school, but I managed to get in today for a few hours, which is good. A couple of streams a week rather than I usually do like 5 a week, but just a couple, like maybe two, sometimes 3 streams. Hope you're alright. Similar minds. Yeah. Been a bit, yeah. I wasn't able to stream. I did a stream last week, I think. About a week ago. But it's just until August, until the end of August, and then I'll be back. Regular schedule. Test room. Alright, okay, cool. Views changed a lot. Yeah, let us know. Just not fun for you if you can predict every little detail. Yeah, that's it. You need to. Good design lets the player feel empowered, I suppose, rather than the game just showing the player what to do. It needs to do that a bit, but the player should have the decision. At least in the games that I like to play. There's different, obviously, genres of games which that doesn't work for, but working on a CLI timer. No, you didn't mention that. What's a CLI timer? Not sure what that is. Procedure generated areas in the game to improve the playability. Yeah. It's like a roguelike game. We'll do that. More time than yeah. Command line interface. Right, okay, cool. Command line interface timer. Did you say timer? Alright, okay. Yeah, nice one. Expand it. Yeah, nice one. And testing is just incredibly slow. Yeah, I think part of the kind of part of knowing test-driven development is to know what tests to do, rather than just testing for literally everything. It can be quite hard to come up with good tests, like meaningful tests. Post-game battle facility. That sounds exciting. So what's that, like a battle end screen type thing? Right, like a beginner. Not care as much, yeah. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think tests should be kind of used sparingly. And you shouldn't test things which the compiler will catch or that are never going to fail. You know, you shouldn't write tests for that. That just wastes time, doesn't it? Better API interface. Yeah, cool. That's good. Yeah, like I think a good API or interface kind of does take time to come together, and you never often write it straight away. You write something else and it slowly morphs into what the final thing will be anyway. So if you've written tests immediately, it kind of locks in the API a little bit, which is not necessarily a good thing, because then it's like, well, if I change the API, I have to change the tests, and then can't be bothered. So, you know, you've got to find that line of like, if it's a scratch API that you know is going to change over time, it's probably not much point writing tests. There's random rooms, random trainers with random poke. Right. Right, okay. So you could predict it. You could, like, you knew what was happening next. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? That solution, because that means it's not really random number generation. It's like, I don't know, random groups maybe. So you always know who's going to get paired with who, or maybe just like cycling. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, can get stale, yeah. Anything to keep it going, sure. Send me a GIF. Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah. Alright, I've got it. So this is like, give me a message after 2 minutes. Look at this. This is awesome. That's cool, man. pausing as well. And removing them. So when you say manage one, you're like saying timer 1, timer 0. That's cool, man. And it could make it easier for 100% random. Yeah. Yeah, that algorithm to figure out what considered a good move. Yeah, that would be really good if you could figure that out. Yeah, the progress bars are really cool. I like that. You could like tag it onto like an installer program, couldn't you, or something, so it gives you the progress of the installation, or like downloading something from the internet, or yeah, nice one. Van Bjerg, yeah. So worse moves, lower probability. Yeah, I mean, thinking about tactical battle system, really, aren't you? Like, they're fun. You'd have some kind of goal-driven. It'd be like a goal-driven AI system thing, which evaluates the state of everything, and then goes through a set of ideas, gives it a score based on the state. So, like, whatever, which Pokemon are playing, what attacks are available, or anything like that, and then picks the best thing. That means that the state always reacts to what the player is doing all the time. So the player changes the game state as they play, and that means that the AI constantly changes as well. And that's what a good tactical battle system would do. This is what happens when you install a package of Python. Yeah, cool. So you're like trying to emulate that. That's good. Can't be too resource intensive. No, I don't know anything about the hardware of a DS. I don't even know if it's got multiple cores, so you could run the actual tactical battle system away from the game so it doesn't interfere with the game or not. I'm not sure. Low level to high level language. Yeah, give yourself a break. That's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, once you write Python, you can see why people love it. Like, it's like you can just do so much in so few lines of code compared to something like this. People will often use both, you know. They'll have like C++ is the thing that they're developing, but then they'll have Python on the side to help generate data for themselves and stuff like that. No, we want to include gameplay systems. An inventory item system wants to go away. One core for game logic, the other core used for I/O stuff and sound. Right, okay, so you'd have to have some kind of tactical battle system on one core, which means doing a little bit of processing every frame. Maybe you could have, if you've set the thing up in nodes to evaluate, you could just do one node per frame, and then each frame you move on to the next node. And then, like, say you've got 50 of them. In 50 frames, you'll have the decision, which is like if you're going 30 frames a second, is less than 2 seconds. Something that's not caught by a compiler. Yeah, the compiler can be a friend, for sure. I haven't done enough Python. It's all runtime in it, all runtime exceptions. You can compile Python though, can't you? So it must give you errors somehow. If you want to compile it. I'm not sure, I haven't done enough to know really. It's not the AI that evaluates which move to use against the player. It's the 4 moves that are randomly selected. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. It's not copying for some reason. There we go. Talking about it's predictable. Run around terrible moves, yeah. Do I treat warnings as errors? I don't treat warnings as errors, no. But I do fix all warnings. Do you know what I mean? So they are treated as errors in my mind. Just not by the compiler. Because I think sometimes you're just trying to do something. And then you just want to test stuff. And you don't want to have to fix the warnings then. Because you know you probably might delete that code later. So I don't leave warnings. But I don't have the compiler treat them as errors, no. And I don't compile at a very high warning level either. I don't think. W3. So you can go W all, which a lot of people do. I don't go that high. I compile at W3. Yeah, I know you get crazy amounts of warnings. If you do W all or whatever, higher one. Clan's more pedantic is in your project, is it? Alright, okay. I did start right at the very beginning with W all, and then it was just annoying. So I just turned it off back down to W3 really. I ended up having to disable warning, like have big lists of disabled warnings, which is like not great. Yeah, some of the warnings, things don't really affect me. Yeah. I know I would get a lot of warnings. Like occasionally, so you can turn on IntelliSense to give you warnings. 37 warnings in real time. So occasionally do that. Just have a look. Most of the time it's off. So, what's some of them? It's like this kind of function should not throw. Declare it no except. But the thing is, like, I don't even have exceptions turned on in this code base, so I don't need to declare things no except. So there's annoying things like that. Like nothing's ever gonna throw. There's no exceptions anywhere by default because it's turned off. So stuff like that, like I just leave it to build only most of the time. Data type inconsistency, yeah. Yeah. I think like if I was multiple coders working on this, I would have a higher level of warnings set. Because you don't know all of the code when that happens. So it's a good idea. Because it's just me, I don't really need to. Okay, so we'll do that. And then here we'll go. And then these will be IIS. What I might do when a big section of the code base is done, for instance, when we get off pre-production and start going on to proper production, I might spend a day or two, just crank the warning level up and just see what we have and see if there are any kind of things that need to get sorted out, really. So inventory item system, or inventory item controller, as it used to be called, is used everywhere, really. So it might take a while to get through all these errors. But I quite like these kind of plodding refactoring days where I'm not doing anything difficult. It's kind of nice, really. It's actually nearly done. We've only got one more file to do. And then we've got to test it. All right. This is IIS. Save game inventory. We've called this. This needs to be called save inventory item system or load inventory item system. Alright. Keep going. Nearly there now. I've only got build 3.cpp to get through. So to test this, we just have to do something with items, really. So that doesn't need to be there anymore. That's just handled by the system itself. Yeah, we should do something with items, like anything. Just go into the menu and drag some items around. Alright. Okay, so we'll do that. So we've got the Wiz, the world item system, and the Is, the inventory item system. Okay. That's where we are. Game UI. Quite far down the file though, so hopefully this is alright. Yeah. I might be rare, but I quite enjoy refactoring code. Even though you're not building anything new, it's nice. Alright, so that's built now. Now, I don't trust the incremental build. I'm going to rebuild it all. We can see how long it takes to rebuild actually, because we've changed quite a lot of stuff. It used to take about a minute and a half. We'll see. Like one of the downsides with using these systems, this system, is that I need to include the systems into a header file called gameplay systems, which creates a bit of a chain of, like a compile chain, if you know what I mean. Potentially. If I change fast travel system, then anything that includes gameplay systems has to rebuild, which is unfortunate. But we'll see. We'll just work with it for a bit. Like ideally, we come up with a system where all this goes in a CPP file. This is pretty heavily templated. Well, everything's pretty much templated. So we would need to come up with a clever way to get rid of these templates, which we could do. But we'll work with this for a bit first. One minute 45. So it's a little bit slower. Right, so let's just do something with inventory and see. All I'm looking for is it not to crash, really. Let's go to the something like a shop. It has to go down there. We'll buy one apple seed. Seems to be working fine. There's a lot of tiny little visual bugs with the menus which need changing. The first thing we're going to do when we get off pre-production is build proper game menus. And that's going to be absolutely awesome. It's going to take a long time. It's probably going to take like 4 months or something. But it's going to be good. Anyway, that system moved over. So let's have a quick look. The next one. Monorail controller. Right. So, does this need any events? So it needs game region changed and a make ready execute as well. It's quite a lot of events. And a advance in-game clock step. Okay. So I'm going to put these here. Now I'm going to be typing in this one, so I'll put that there, and then I'll put this here just for reference. So one of the reasons why I want to formalize this event system is the gameplay system thing is because I'm going to put events directly in the systems. So we can listen for which will be quite a big deal when we start fleshing all this out with real gameplay and stuff. I mean, it has gameplay in it already, but with real big game stuff. So we want to make ready execute as well. So we'll probably put the advancing game clock state first, and then we'll do all these make ready execute ones. So we want execute monorail fast travel. Execute board monorail. That's only 2. Okay, so they're the events I think that we want to listen to. One really annoying thing is when you actually put a bunch of implementations into the source file, it does it in reverse order to the way you typed it. Which is annoying. Okay, so these actually need to be forward declared because it doesn't know what these are. Alright, let's just check that builds. I think it's just these actually. Okay, so let's put this over here. So this goes there. The execute monorail fast travel is there. Execute board monorail is there, and the in-game clock step is there. So they can all disappear now. Check that builds. So data arrow is just EX now. Same for here. Right, good. And the good thing is these new systems are always fixed in memory, so this can be captured all over the place and it's totally fine. Okay. So the get monorail controller is going away. This class now is called monorail system. Okay. And then in gameplay systems, we'll include the monorail system. And we'll put it here. Okay, then we'll just build. Fix all the compile errors. See if we can actually get through the build. Anywhere. Only 505 compile errors. Lovely. Okay. Oh, a lot of them might be to do with that. Let's try that again. Racking up 76 errors. It's better than 500. 76 errors. That's alright. That's fine. So far. Okay, so this is G-Systems get monorail system. We'll copy that. And then this is MS for monorail system now. Doesn't know about G-Systems, so we need to include gameplay systems. All right. MC everywhere. Got some movement control stuff there. Okay. So that's MS. That's MS. All right. Keep going. And the good thing about doing this as well is that we have all the systems just listed in one place, which is nice. We can just see all of them. I enjoy that, that's good. And we can make changes to all the systems together through gameplay systems, which is also very good. Alright, so what we might just do here is get the monorail system out there. Because we're in an n squared loop, kind of. It's not n squared, but we're in 2 loops. All right. We'll do it here as well. Monorail system. We'll pass it through. This is quite a massive function, isn't it? What's this? Handle fast travel tag monorail. It's doing a lot of stuff. This is when someone, an NPC, wants to fast travel using the monorail. MS cannot be implicitly captured. All right. Wait for some more errors to turn up. So we'll do it here. Game menus, but right at the bottom of the file. 4,000 lines in, so it shouldn't be many errors in here. This could kind of be rewritten. Interesting, we're guarding against the station. And they're not doing anything with S. So I'm just going to do this. That's saying if there's not a station on this monorail. I mean, we might have two loops of monorails, different stations on each loop, maybe. So that is that. Looks like it might build. There we go. Right. Let's keep going then. Only one more. Build 3.cpp again. Alright. Actually not many errors. The initialize can go away. That's the last one that needed to be initialized. So we can just initialize all the systems in one call there, which is nice. Launch is the same. Tick is the same. So here's the thing, we could actually have a weather system as well. I'll put that in my to-dos. To do weather system. Rather than, so this is, I think, something called room weather. It just works in the game state. It needs to be its own system, I reckon. So that's something we can add on. Maybe do that next. After we've done the... There's only one more system to actually move over. I think that's the world map system. So this removes an NPC is in a cutscene and it's currently on the monorail. It removes it from the monorail. That's funny. That's interesting. That should probably actually be in the system itself. Maybe. We'll see. Like the system should actually listen for this event itself. We'll see, we'll see. Depends which way you want to look at it. This keeps everything together that we want to do before a cutscene, so that's kind of nice as well. Or we could have each system, like I think really each system or controller needs to handle what it does before a cutscene itself. Anyway, do we trust the incremental build again? Maybe. Let's rebuild because we're doing so many incremental builds there that is definitely going to have broken. Alright, while this is building, I'm just going to have a 2-minute break. I'll be back. Just a 1-minute break. All right. Right then. So we'll just test the monorail. We'll just ride the monorail. We'll test just riding it, and then we'll test fast traveling on it as well. We'll go all the way to here. And we'll catch this one here if we can. If we can make it. So we'll board it. And we're off. Yeah, that's alright. Everything's fixed that menu. You shouldn't move around. So we'll do a fast travel as well. Fast travel to Morley's. This is Monorail Station 2 model there. That's obviously some kind of bug. Oh yeah, it never was implemented to actually do it by clicking on the map. You have to click on the buttons. We'll have to get around to that, but we'll do that when we actually do the there we go. When we actually do the game UI pass. Alright, that's good. That's done then. All works. Bit Wielder, hey, how's it going? Long time no see, yeah. Hope you're alright. Yeah, I'm not streaming as much at the moment. Through the summer holidays, from this kid's school holidays. So I'm only on a couple of times a week, but I'll be back streaming 5 days a week when September comes around. But yeah, I hope you're alright. I'm getting right to the end of pre-production on the game now. Which is exciting. Can move on to real game stuff soon. Making the real game. Okay. Well, this is a small class, so whoops. So if I get rid of this. Where is it? It's there. And we're going to rename this world map system now. And then in gameplay systems, we'll just include it in there. Build. Sabbatical, right, okay. Yeah, that sounds lovely. Learn about yourself, right, okay. Jake. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I hope you're having a nice, a deep experience there. So like sabbatical from work, is that what you mean? Or sabbatical just from the internet? WMS. So we get it there and we don't use it. Yeah, do you know how long your sabbatical's for? From social life, ah. Right, okay, yeah. So you're like an introvert, like introvert as in time on your own to recharge. That's very much what I'm like. Yeah, that's what I mean by introvert. I need like alone time. If I get too much socialness, like depletes my batteries. This again is a massive function. It's doing some drawing and stuff. Introvert also, yeah. Complete isolation isn't good. Well, I'd say not. But some people don't need much social interaction to top their social battery up. Like, I'm the same. And too much, obviously. Too much social interaction for me is bad for me as well. It's very exhausting. So I have like a small group of friends. That's fine for me. But I don't really go like on nights out or anything. That's not for me at all. Write it as a novel. Ooh, interesting. So write it as a novel first and then turn it into a game, or have it as a choose your adventure novel. Yeah, reading is one of my hobbies. Big hobbies as well. I love reading. I'd love to be able to write a novel. I don't think I'm good enough at the moment, though. Yeah, I'm debating whether to sit down and write the game on paper, the story, first, before I actually start implementing the moment, the story arc in the engine. It might just be quicker and easier to do it on paper first. I think that quite a lot of games tend to have a simple story though, don't they? I'm not sure really. First 10% of the stories, it's on the story, it's in Discord. Yeah, I will read it. I'll see how long it is. But I will read it off stream if it's a bit too long. Land Cruiser, is that it? I'll read it off stream. That's alright. I'm only managing to stream a couple of days a week, so I want to spend it coding, you know. But yeah, definitely. Sounds awesome. I'm reading a book by Brandon Sanderson at the moment, his first book, called The Final Empire. And that is a good book. That's a cool book. So far, I mean, I'm only about 100 pages in. World map is now called WMS for World Map System. Okay. Oh, it's G systems get world map system. So this world map system is really just about gathering together the level data and generating a world map. So we'll be able to test this just by looking at the world map, and if it appears, it works. Yeah, this is the bit of code that never got finished. I'm not sure why, actually. Which means that we can't fast travel using the monorail. Is it a monorail thing? I think it was. Fast travel. This is when you like click on the map itself. It doesn't do anything. Okay, I'll just get it here. Alright, cool. Let's keep going, nearly there now. This is the last system as well. And then it'll be coffee time. And then check something off the list. And then move on. We might put in the weather system. Here's the thing. We've got execute launch game before launch on the systems as well. Now, I don't know if I want to do that. Check that. We have to swap these over. I think we want to do this, to be fair. So launch the systems, then we set the clock. Well, we'll set the clock, launch the systems, create the stash. So this should kind of be moved. This should probably... Well... This should be moved to the inventory system, probably. Rather than creating a stash here, the inventory system should create the stash. It's just the stash ID is stored in game state. It should be stored in the inventory system. And then we just say, we push the ready state event to launch the game. So if this works, we might actually do this to do right now. So world map controller. We need to find something with a world map down here. It is there. So I think that's working. All right. So we can check something off the list. To do. Well, let's do these first. These are still to do with gameplay systems. Make sure they can't be copied or moved. And remove the include references to the systems. So let's look at the fast travel system. We just want BM delete copy move fast travel system. I think that's how it works. Not default. That's a bit sketchy in it, really, because you're going to put default by accident. Chest system. Party system. Shop system. Combat system. What about stats system, even? Crafting system. Data charger system. Data download system. Quite a lot of systems. Effect system. World items. Inventory item. So this is where the I already has it in. This is where the stash stuff should go. Monorail system. And the world map system. Alright, save all those. Build and just check that we get no build errors. If we get a build error, it's because we're copying the system, which is bad. Alright, so what's going on there? So we actually need default constructors for these as well. We have it for the fast travel system. What does this even do? Chest system. Pie system. Shop system. They all have constructors. Oh, this doesn't. Okay, let's try that again. So far, so good. There we go. Check we've got no crashes. Good. Alright, so done. Remove include references. Okay. Just any unused include references. So let's just search for all of these. Game event types. So I'm going to get rid of that and I'm going to put Include gameplay systems in there. Okay. So there should, in theory, be two. There should be one in the CPP file for the thing and one in here. That's fine, actually. It's fine. We're in game state here. Does this not include gameplay systems anywhere? Oh, it does as a temporary. Let's get rid of that. Let's build. And see if we can get rid of... Definitely does need gameplay systems. Because that's cause it's calling launch and stuff on gameplay systems. So let's delete that. All right. So why do we need the combat stats system here? There's one reference to it. Status effect stagger. Yeah, because if we're testing if we need to do it, if we've got stagger status effect on. Alright, good. So let's have a look at the crafting system now. I can go... Well, no. Data downloader system. That's fine there. I can go. Can go. Can go. Can go. Let's have a look at data charger system. All these can actually go. Got a bunch of things here as well, which we're saying are temporary. I don't think they are anymore. Entity state types. Got 16 references to GameHUD. 2 references to animation routines. So that's not actually temporary. That is temporary. I don't think they're temporary. Wait for the computer to catch up. There we go. That's definitely not temporary. So we'll get region. Yeah, they're definitely not temporary either. Alright, it's just Game HUD that is. Alright, let's keep going then. That can go. All these can go. That can go. That can go, that can go, that one, that can go. They are probably both temporary. Okay. The downloader system. I can go from there. Okay, the effects system. So we're in the game here. So it includes gameplay systems. So that's gone. And that's gone. Okay. Fast travel system. It's fine. Inventory item systems. This is used in quite a lot. I can go. That can go. That can go. They can all go. And they can all go. Apart from world item system. think. Alright, just save all these. Monorail system. Game trigger types only needs the monorail system. That's interesting. Okay. Party system. That's fine. Shop system. That's fine. World item system. The HUD. That can go. And the world map system. That's fine. That's alright. Let's build all that. If that builds, we can check this off. So what have we got to do? Got some bugs. Probably do the weather system. I think that's fixed, that one. That's not really a bug. That's to do with loading. I mean, it's kind of a bug. It stalls for a bit. Sometimes lose control of Sven when executing events. That's fixed. That's the big bug. That's a crash. Gonna put a label. Red crash. We'll put the crash ones in with red labels on. None of the rest are crash bugs. So the weather system, this build, right. So I'm going to make coffee, take 2 minutes, and then we're going to build the weather system out. I want to build the weather out as a system. We kind of need to actually turn weather on. Remember how to do this. Weather is fixed. How do we do this? How do I remember? How do I turn weather on in a room? Spider and killed me. Okay, well that's the first thing we can work on. Should be able to click preview weather, and we should get some rain here. However, this, you have to like mark the level as like external or something. If I open up another room, test room. So the preview weather does work for this room, but it doesn't work for this room. So what is the difference? I mean, they've got names. That's fixed at 0.5. No idea what the difference is. Alright. I'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll figure it out. Okay, so we just need to go into the editor code and look for preview weather. So game board editor. So let's look for preview weather. We've got a weather dot preview. Dot preview. Todd dot preview. So rain. Where does weather come from? Board weather. Right. Let's have a just look through then and just see. What's this doing? This is generating the level, so it's not there. Okay, weather.tick. Okay. So let's go in here. So the rain alpha looks to be 0. What is it here? It's 8.15. Oh, there we go. So we might just need better defaults. .36. So if we have a default rain alpha of 5, there's no mist still. So that we have board fog. Alpha. So where do we change the fog alpha? Ooh. Can we get the editor to the IDE to look for this? No. Too many alphas. Oh no, it does work. It doesn't like we change it anywhere. Oh, here we go. Fog alpha. Okay. So it looks like we need a default fog alpha as well. Weather. Where it is, look. Fog alpha. Oh, it's very misty. Super misty. So that's like 0.5. 0.5 is kind of nice. The fog color. We'll say 9E. And then the rain alpha was 5. So what's interesting is okay. Okay, so let's build this up. So we've got different defaults, which is nicer. It just depends if this weather is going to get... This weather's probably going to get loaded in by the level. I'll have to reset it and save it, because it's going to come in from the actual level data as being like off. And then we will put this in its own system, not the editor stuff. So I'll give the room some weather and we'll load it into the game and we'll make a weather system. Okay, so weather. I'm going to reset wind, reset rain, reset fog. We're going to save, and then we'll rerun the game. We have weather. Awesome. So let's put a light in. Maybe I don't want that light actually. Do this light here, and then we'll just put some grass around. Just so we can see the wind. Like there is wind, but it's not very strong. So if we default the wind to 1.5 maybe. So wind strength 1.5. That's kind of nice. Look, I died. I spawned dead. That is probably a bug. That's definitely a bug. Anyway, well, it's not working on. There are a few glitches when we actually load from the editor into the game. We'll work on that later. What I actually want to do is turn off colliders, showing colliders. Like, we need to make this be remembered. I'm going to put this in a to-do. Make console commands, e.g. show colliders, persist across runs of the game. Up there. Like, all this kind of needs to change because this causes a big build as well, which is obviously you don't want to do. So I might actually put that. This is all the same kind of thing, so put it in the same card. Cool. Okay, so this weather system then. We don't have anything to do with. We don't have any files that have anything to do with weather system. So we'll make one. So this is the weather system. Interestingly, didn't put Pragma once unless I deleted it. Class weather system, right. So, this is currently in the game state, I believe. We've got something called room weather. We have tick weather. Okay, so we need a tick. Oh, for some reason this is just kind of like gone worse and worse. It used to actually work all the time. There we go. We should create the file and put the method in. Obviously, we want to call it tick, not tick with a C. Okay, cool. And then we want to go to gameplay systems. We want to include the weather system. So when we do this, this is basically when we tick the weather now, we're actually going to call it tick in the weather system. Get room weather. So that's probably a method that this needs to have. Optref room weather. Get room weather. Const, and it's passing the string of the room name. E. And room weather is a class. So can we get away with forward declaring this? And then including game level here. See if we can build that. We probably need to include in-game clock as well. Room states. So this is a general room state. So I think this needs to come here. I'm going to call this weather room state. And I'm just going to have array weather room state. Weather states. Maybe just call it weather state. And this is just state. So we need serialized game time. That is in-game clock. So we actually would need to include in-game clock here. So what is room? Room is undefined. What is room? It's actually state. Get room weather must return a value. So what I want to do is just early out. If there's no room weather. So it's ticking the weather states for every single room. Hey, you alright?
So hopefully.
Yeah, sounds grand, yeah.
What time of kicking are you feeling?
Like R5, 6 maybe.
R5, 6.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Gives me
Awesome. Okay, get room weather. So we get the current level. So this is get game state. Get current level. Just return level, get room weather for room. need to include game state. Okay, so we want get current room weather as well. Yeah, thank you. State. This is state. Whoops. State get current room. Get current region. Dot room. All right. So that means these can all go away. They can go away. Weather can go away. Set current region. So it adds a room state in. We enter the level. Interesting. So I suppose it's the weather state. So we want void operator G event on, what was it, E event on enter, on level enter. And what that does is it goes through all of the rooms auto level, get game state, get level, E dot level name, if not level, return. We do have a level. We go for auto room in level, get rooms. Weather states to add unique room name. So I'm going to put a breakpoint there. See if we can actually do this. And that goes away. When we empty in the game. Okay, so when gameplay systems is empty, so we need an empty for the weather system. And that just does weather states.empty. Good. So there's no such thing as a tick weather anymore. Okay. So does this just work now? Let's see. We do a thing where we draw the weather. Obviously, how do we do that? So this is the rain effect. So where are we now? We're in the effects system. So this is G-Systems get weather system. Oh, this is drawing the weather. This does a canvas draw rain pack submesh. This just draws the current room's weather. Not the rain, anyway. Is there a fog version? No. So this is saving the room states. This needs to be actually save weather states now. Our weather system. So the weather system needs get weather states. Return weather states. And this needs to be, so the state is not correct. This is G-Systems get weather system dot get weather states. And this is just weather. I'm alright, yeah, good, thank you. Good to be coding. Good to be coding again. G-Systems get weather system .mt. Okay, so this we actually need. We're replacing new weather states here. So how do we want to do this? Would I have to manually add a room state? Add weather state. Which is just, I'm going to say size t result, and then we're going to go well, we'll do auto index equals weather states index of state.name. Index is less than weather states count. So it is in the thing. We just do weather states index is equal to state, else weather states dot add state, and that's the new index. Just return the index like this. And this becomes, so we want auto weather system. We're going to empty the weather system. And then we just want to go weather system, add weather state, weather state. And this is weather state v1. So it just loads and saves the weather in the file system, in the game save system. Okay. Mickey Mavin, hey, how's it going? Welcome. Hope you're alright. This is the kind of weather you can see in the sky. Yeah. It was previously handled by a different part of the engine. And I've just put in this idea of gameplay systems. So I'm just moving it over to be a gameplay system. It's a bit abstract, I understand. Put it in its own weather system. So I'm not building the weather, I'm just moving it over. Sometimes look for C++. Alright, yeah. Yeah, so here I'm making an engine and a game with the engine at the same time. So I've tried to do everything, code everything. So this is the new weather system now. So it's receiving that we're entering a level, and it's just going to put a weather state for every room in the level. And this just keeps track of the weather, going from like sunny to rainy to foggy, you know. Yeah, so I've got like the editor here where I can set the weather things. So so this is like the fog, so I can make like red fog if I want. And then there's the fog alpha, so you can like make it really quite foggy. But I'm just kind of like propagating it over into its own system in the actual game now. Which is kind of about there. I think it's kind of done actually. They can like change a lot of things. Wind strength, make it really strong. But yeah, so on this stream, I'm making this. This is like the level editor. I've got a dude attacking me, and this is a game. This is going to be a game. This is just a prototype. We're kind of in pre-production for the game, so it's going to be like you're on a space station. You're on a space station, and you're the gardener on the space station, and it's a massive space station. And you occasionally come down to planets to get resources for your garden or for quests or whatever. So there's going to be weather on the planets and stuff. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the grass. The grass. It's going to be quite nice, really. Like, it's going to look quite good. Like, this is just kind of like not real art for the game yet. There's no real art in the game yet. This is just art that I've made from previous projects and stuff. And I'm just prototyping gameplay. So this guy can like get angry and attack me. I'm actually nearly dead. But yeah, I'm just kind of like almost at the end of pre-production, so I'm almost about to start making the game for real. But yeah, it's going to be like a space station planting, keep really nice gardens on the space station, and then go down to planets, get resources, fight things, bring like, you know, carbon back or some kind of weird seed from a planet, and then plant it in your space station and grow a cool plant. Put the Matt Damon skits in farm potatoes. Yeah, like The Martian, you mean? Yeah, like I want it to be kind of utopian rather than like The Martian's awesome. I want it to be like, think like Star Trek, that type of thing. Don't know if you watch Star Trek. Like a utopian, like a really nice space station, you know. And like the planets could maybe be a bit grimy, but then you always come back to a nice place. So yeah, like all these are just prototypes for gameplay. So like each room, so it's just a series of rooms at the moment, and each room has a bit of gameplay. So like this is a radar, so this will eventually look awesome. And you get given radar locations with quests, and then they'll appear here in the radar. And I've got like a hard-coded one up in the corner there. So like say this was given to you in a quest, and then you have these data cards that you put into the radar, and then you like find the right channel, and then it charges the data cards. So you're like, the idea is you're meant to be like receiving messages from Briggs Spaceport and charging up these data cards. And then once they're charged, you can, this is the next part of the prototype, you have downloaders, so you can put them in the downloader, and then you can apply a blueprint, and then you can put data into the blueprint. So this is like an Appleseed blueprint, and then it charges up these blueprints, and then you can unlock it, and then you get like recipes. So this is an apple seed. This will make you allow you to craft an apple seed. And then the next room is crafting. So I can use that blueprint and I can add like a couple to the queue and craft them. And so I received some apple seeds. Oops. And then I can fast travel to another part of the game. And then here you see this room here, this next room is to do with planting. So I can like, you plant using a robot, like a droid. It's just a green square at the moment, but it will have cool robot artwork eventually. And then he has a bunch of stuff. So you can like give him your apple seeds that you got. He's already got loads of apple seeds. And then you can like destroy the ground. So the ground has HP. And then you can plant the apple seed. And then it has fertilizer called cosmic sludge like this. And then eventually over time, so this is just all done with squares because there's no artwork at the moment, but this will be growing into an apple tree. So now it's an apple tree shoot. And then eventually it will be an apple tree. So now it's grown into an apple tree, and then I can pick it. And then I've got an apple tree. I mean, I know picking an apple tree is weird. You should pick apples off the apple tree, really. But I haven't got that far yet. So you've got an apple tree in your inventory now. And then you can do stuff like, you can go and like, that could be like, a quest could be like, grow me an apple tree or something. Then I've got chests. So then you can go like, there's a shop here, so you could sell the apple tree. Oh, that kind of appears to be broken. Oh, it doesn't have any credits, that's why. But say this vendor, Tim's Seedware, had credits. You could like sell him that apple tree. Or you could exchange that apple tree for like a bunch more apple seeds. So yeah, there's like a cool like lit kind of gameplay loop happening. Or getting there anyway. But yeah, right now I'm just working on the weather. Which I think is done. Let's just look for anything else to do with weather. I'm trying to make sure that all the weather stuff is out of gameplay. Game state, really. I think it is. So that would be the weather system moved over anyway. So I'll check all that stuff in. But yeah, there's like dialogue, cutscenes, quests. They're all in the engine as well. All right, weather system done. So makes all console commands persist. I don't know if I want to do that. Or do I want to tackle a bug? Killing the Spidean doesn't issue a loot bag if there's already a loot bag available from the first dead Spidean. We'll do that because we're already in the Spidean in the combat room anyway. So this is the bug. If I attack this guy, everything's set to die on one hit at the moment. That guy doesn't give me a loot bag. This guy does give me a loot bag. Yeah, it's good. It's like, it's a little bit of, so you can imagine like to get that radar location at the start could have been the result of a quest. You know, you can get quests from NPCs or from anything really. And then like the more, so the editor bit, so you can like author quests in the editor. So this is like a quest. It's not a very complicated quest. Talk to Jenny. And this results in, I don't know what it results in actually. I think it's just a really simple test quest. But this could result in like finding out a radar location. I think because Jenny's an NPC, she can give you a radar location already. Yeah, Jenny gives radar coordinates. So this is like Jenny's dialogue. All the things she can say. So one of them is Jenny gives radar coordinates. But she could speak this dialogue like at the end of a quest and it would end up in you getting some radar coordinates. So this fires this event. Set radar goal active. Planet Zog. So if you wanted to get Planet Zog in the radar, you would have to talk to Jenny. Is the Stargate universe? Yeah. I'm thinking of, the thing I had in mind was like Star Trek, but like bigger. I know they don't really have gardens on there, but that feel. And also, you know, like the Citadel in Mass Effect. Have you ever played Mass Effect? The Citadel's like a massive multi-million person space station. So it's going to be like a big, like one of the first levels I'm going to make is like the crew quarters, but they're not going to get bunks. They're going to get little individual houses with little gardens with like picket fences and stuff. Because I think if you were going to live full time on a space station, humans kind of need that stuff. You couldn't live full time on a space station if you were just in a grey room, you know. Can't play classic Mass Effect. Yeah, I played it a couple of times. It was good at the time. I haven't played it for a while actually. They did remaster it, didn't they? Could play that. You know, it's going to be quite a casual game. I know there's like combat, but the combat's going to be a very small part, you know. It's not going to be a combat game. There's going to be creatures, and I think you're going to have to be able to kill them. If you put creatures in the game, you're going to have to be able to kill them if you want. So there's going to be a bit of combat. Like there might be like enemies that are placid, you know, that don't want to, like this, the behavior behind these guys is they're not actually overall offensive. So they give you one, so it'll come up like after the game. So he's put his thing up there. That's like a warning. So if I run away, he'll go away again. But if you get him to put his thing up again, if I get too close to him, he actually will start attacking me. So they're kind of like, you know, like the giants on Skyrim, where they'd leave you alone if you left them alone. Obviously, he's very angry with me now. But if I kind of like just run around a bit, he should eventually calm down. So it's not like enemy just swarm towards the player. They're meant to be like wild creatures, you know. But I might code some enemies that do swarm towards the player. I'm not sure if that's what it needs. And then in terms of the editor, you like, I wrote this. So this is like a brain. So this is like a combat brain. It's like a behavior state tree. And this will do any combat with 3 attacks. So anything that's got 3 types of attack. And this implements the semi-hostile behavior where there's 2 levels of hostile, like level 0 and level 1. And then you just attach these to the NPCs. So I'll create a few of these, different types of combat, you know, different. Someone that's incredibly hostile will get a different tree, and then we'll attach it to a different NPC. Alright, so it's drop in the loot bag. It's in the combat controller. Cool to see behavior in a UI. Yeah. I think, like, because I'm first and foremost really a coder, I'd try and code as much as I can. But when you get, like, it'd be very hard to, like, keep in your head that behavior because it's a tree. Because it's like a tree, and like you could have trees calling other trees. So things like this, I do some kind of graphical representation for, or like the dialogue trees. And then like cuts, you know, there's like cutscenes run on trees, like trees and timelines. So anything that might be a little bit too, like, you could just code all this if you wanted to. You could set this tree up in code, but I just think it might be a little bit too complicated. So I did a UI for it, yeah. And it's kind of, it's like simple. It's like the selectors, like, so we'll go from left to right, and then you go like, if a selector will stop when something's true. So if that returns successful, like it executed properly, that's it. It goes back to the root, and that's the behavior finished. But if that's like fails for any reason, it goes to that one. If that fails, it goes to that one. And then a sequence is like the opposite. It's like if it passes back successful, it goes to the next one in the sequence. And you only need those 2 things to like pretty much get all sorts of behavior. And then these action nodes actually do something. So each one of these is like a class in the code that gets run. And then these run till they're complete. Complicated cutscene animation stuff just in code, yeah. Yeah, I've done that as well. I've just coded it. And you could code it. The cutscene stuff has an associated class with it that you could code. You could hard code some stuff in it if you wanted to. It just has a tick in it. But like the idea behind these is that like you can have a timeline as well. Timeline might be more difficult to code if you've got lots of things going on. And then I can author all sorts of different types of block for the timeline. These are called blocks. And each block has a bunch of properties, including like, you know, picking colors and stuff. So it might be like, it might be more difficult, especially when it's all tree related. So it's like, this is like, you know, recursive as well. And that I'll play that cutscene. She gets it. Get that cutscene. This is where, that's where you go and talk to the NPC. So if I go up and talk to it, oh, it's not. It's where the cutscene's triggered when I go into this one of these triggers. This trigger. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, so she's given the actual radar coordinate there. So now I could go to that radar. Wherever it is. Nope. So it should be, I've called it the data charger, but it should be a radar really. There it is, Planet Zog. So that's where you could get like, and you could like, I've got some data cards, and then I can download data from Planet Zog. But I could imagine extending this so you could do like dialogue with the planet. So there could be like, you speak to the planet and then they transmit the data. Yeah, what kind of things are you working on? Or is this just for work, what you were saying? Cutscene animation in code. Alright. So this is where we get a loot bag. So in the combat controller, it's like the death event. Whichever sends the death event. And that just sends the death event if the NPC gets to 0, HP gets to 0. So execute death. I don't think any of them. So how do we get the loot bag? Combat stats system. So this generates the loot bag. The loot generator. Home project. RPG dungeon thing. Go around making systems turn on and build stuff. Ah, right, nice one. So it's like a puzzle style game. So this generates the loot bag. So does this not get called when I do this? No, so we do generate a loot bag with 2 items in it. So this is in Generate Death Awards. Spidey in 6. Stuck for my... Oh, you're stuck on it. Oh, man. Yeah. Okay. So the dest entity ID. So we add it. So we're making a world item there for a world item loot bag. And we're disabling it. And then after death, we're enabling it. So we've got 2 loot bags there in the same region. That's the bug. It's 2 loot bags. So a world item is an area in the world that we can put things, or do things with, including store loot bags. So the storage has, okay, so we've got 2 loot bags. So what happened there? So the owner ID. NPC instance. Owner ID. Let me do this. Spidian. Spidian instance 1. Interesting, we don't actually show the type there. So just show it there, don't we? Spidian instance 1. Okay. So let's kill Spidian 0. So this is Spidian instance 0. This is Spidian instance 1. Look. It's just it's that's not correct. It's stats per, that's stats per type. Right. Okay. So this needs to actually be changed. So that's actually stored in the stats for the type, not the stats for the instance. Right. So we could put it in here, or I could put it in here. Saying on combat death for the stats there. And generate death awards for the source entity. All in the stats. Okay, so this has to kind of change. So the stats ID is just a new ID. I think we need to put it in here. Got a source entity ID though. I think we need to make one of these for every entity instance. Okay. So what we want is struct NPC combat stats instance. She's got NPC combat stats. NPC instance. And then we could just actually make this come off on NPC combat stats. Then we'll have an array NPC combat stats instances. And then when we call get stats, we need to do that. When we call get stats, we want to go auto index equals stats instances index of NPC. Then we want to do how do we want to do this? Now we'll just make it. Let's do this. We want to do stats instances time place NPC combat stats instance is NPC stats is that. Well, let's just do this. Just do standard move new instance, and that's now the index. Okay. In theory, that fixes that. If it works. So that just makes a new instance of the stats based on the NPC instance. So these stats were originally for what particular type of NPC it is before we actually had NPC instancing in the actual game. So now it'll create a new one for every single NPC instance, which means hopefully we can have 2 separate places for loot bags. Okay. Source entity ID we could probably set. This must get set somewhere. This must get set when we do generate death awards. Another source entity ID I think is who killed you. Yeah. It's one. One being the hero. Okay, so there's my first loot bag. The other guy's wandered off. I do need to drop frames that last too long. There we go. Okay, so this shouldn't have okay, where were we actually looking at? The loot bag. Alright, so it should be a different. Alright, it's the world item. It's this. Where were we actually looking? Where we found them 2 bags. Somewhere here. That was here, wasn't it? Storage. I still got 2 loot bags in it though. World item ID. G systems. Oh, we actually need to change the NatVis for this. We don't actually have one for systems. We need to make NatVis for it. where was it? What we were looking for? Combat stats system. So we do have 2 instances. $7001. It's got the same ID though. Interesting. So it needs different IDs. I thought we randomly generated IDs. No, we don't. We do, except we're just copying over with the same ID. So the ID's kind of really got to go here. Like that. Let's see what kind of problems that makes. Something called generate death awards. Who's calling this? Okay, so I think, to be fair, maybe the ID does need to go in here. We just need to set it when we make one. So we need NPC instance. And then the stats. Instance goes to instance. Stats goes to stats. But we're going to put the stats to be the instance, actually. Stats ID to be the instance. I think that would be more straightforward. Okay, so when we do this now, this is actually NPC operator. NPC type. That just goes to that. It's kind of nicer. So in theory now, we have 2 different IDs. Because it's combat stats as well, like it could just be, this just could just be an NPC instance, couldn't it? Oh, actually no, this has to be a unique ID because this gets its own bag, so this has to be BMU ID. If we were to set this to be the instance of the NPC, this ID, when we create the actual loot bag, the loot bag will be the NPC's. Well, it will be the NPC's bag, actually. That makes sense. That makes sense because it is a loot bag from that NPC. So here we create an inventory bag for the ID. And if the ID well, what does create do? We'll create splat it. It will. So we're gonna go we're gonna go standard optional inventory bag controller bag, and then we're gonna go say bag is equal to G controllers get inventory bag controller ID. So this can just be this can actually just be auto, and we can say if not bag, so if it doesn't have a bag, we'll create one and we empty it. So we empty the bag because this is just generating the random loot death awards, isn't it? So maybe create, if we're emptying it anyway, just want to know, like sometimes, you know, if you kill something that has, we've specified what the bag is earlier in the game, you should get that bag, really. I mean, that's just like that anyway. We'll keep it like this and we'll see what happens. So we are creating a bag, but then it was seemingly not doing anything. But the thing is, this could fill the bag with stuff. We'll see. But apart from us emptying the bag, this would be good because we could give them, it could be an NPC that we've already given loot to. We might not want to empty it there. Okay, so the stats now has a source, has an ID of 1, which is the hero. Oh, it's killed me already. No, I've killed it. Hang on a second. What happened there? Did I even attack it? Okay. So the ID is 6. I'm going to change this to be an NPC instance, you know. And that means we kind of don't even need this, to be fair. That means we don't even need we don't even need, well, this goes in here. This this kind of disappears. I don't know if we can do this. We'll see. And these are just an array of NPC combat stats like this. Let's delete that. Nice. Stats instances index instance equals NPC. So this is just instance. That's gone. Yeah, so they're rather than a separate instance struct, we'll just set the instance directly in here. Let's return. Now it's a shame we've got this called NPC. I'm going to rename this to NPC type. All right. This is a little janky here. Get all these compilers out of the way, and then we will address that. So what I might do is NPC combat stats, create stats, NPC instance, which does I'll just leave that, it's fine. It's totally fine. Okay. So this will just set the instance of the stats to be the NPC. And these are just differentiated on this NPC instance. Okay, so let's kill that. So the instance is unknown, so we need to set the instance, which we do there. Okay. So we've got one item in it, which is the loot bag. Which is a world item loot bag. Okay. And then I'm going to go over and kill this guy. Creating a new bag. There we go. It's just got one item in it now. So there should be two. So there's a loot bag there. And loot bag there. That's got one apple seed in it. What's this one got in it? Another one apple seed. I mean, what? What's the Spidean loot bag do? Generate. It's 50% chance of generating an apple spark, and then we want to generate one of pumpkin, cannonball, apple seed. Let's just try that again. See if we can get two loot bags with two different items in. Two different sets of items in. So that's got an apple seed in it. And that's got an apple seed in it. Let's check that we're always not always generating just one apple seed. That's got an apple seed. And that's got an apple seed. So it looks like we are generating one apple seed all the time. Generated nothing there. So that's not working. Because it should be generate one of. Then a cannonball. Oh, and the loot bag's disappeared. Because there's nothing in it. We actually generated nothing. That shouldn't happen. Oh, I died. So here's generally we've got an apple spark and a cannonball there. So we have to cover the case where and a pumpkin in there. It generates nothing. So combat stats. The Spidean loot bag. Generate one of. So if there's no current item, I'll just set it to be the 0th one. We're certain that we have at least an item. Yep. But I'll make sure that we've always got something coming out of there. Tell you what I'll do. If not current index, current index is 0. And then we'll just do that. And obviously make sure that generate item doesn't fail. I'll be fine. I'll be fine, thanks. That should never fail. Okay, cool. So that probably means then that this bug is fixed. Not bothered about doing bugs now. We'll go to remove const from binary serializer. That's something that needs doing. That is a bit of a not honest, boring job. Should the quest markers advise the player to use the monorail even though the monorail costs money? Don't know. What happens to NPCs aboard the monorail when the game is saved? What happens to NPCs aboard the monorail when the game is saved? Should probably... Well, what actually does happen? That's a bit of a bigger question. What happens to NPCs when mid fast travel when the game is saved? Okay, we're going to do this one. Make console commands persist across runs of the game. Okay. This is to do with... If I do show nav meshes, there aren't any nav meshes in here. Show colliders. Now, if I was to run this, colliders should still be shown, but they are not. So that needs fixing. So this is in debug draw state, I think. Console commands show what? Colliders. It just goes state, get debug draw state. So how do we want to handle this then? Kind of need to save it out. Save debug draw state out. So okay. So I've also got change the debug draw state. So what I mean by that is this is in a header file. So it was something like well, actually set them all to be false, right? And then how does the hash stuff work? I want to be able to hash this to see if it's changed. I think we can just run hash on it, can't we? We have something called a hasher. Which allows us to if this ever became non-trivial, I think we'll be fine at this. So what we want to do is we want to go template struct reflect type debug draw state string view get type name return debug draw state. Nomadic, hey, how's it going? Welcome. Hope you're alright. Just working on, I'm going to just serialize this to disk. I'm working on a few kind of odds and ends today. So this is in the console for the game. You can set these, but they don't persist between game runs. So I'm just going to serialize them out. What am I building? I'll show you. Just run a recent build of it. So it's going to be a sci-fi gardening game, right? And I'm making like the engine and the game at the same time. So what I've got now is just a series of prototype rooms. It's like gameplay prototypes. So this is like the combat room. So I've just been working on loot bag, you see, loot bags. There's a bit of a bug where if you killed both of them, only one loot bag would show up. I've got them killed to like one. I've got them set to one shot kill at the moment. But it's going to be like a sci-fi gardening game where you can you're on a big space station, and you're responsible for tending the gardens on the space station, and you can occasionally go down to planets to get resources and stuff like that. Am I a software engineer? Well, yeah. So I'm making it all. So this is the editor for it. So I can change where things are. So I'm making this, which is the editor, and then this, which is the game. It's going to be like a sci-fi gardening game. So you can the idea is you're in charge of all the gardens on the space station. So you go around and you plant plants and you do quests, and quests might send you to different planets to go and get resources, or you might want to pick a plant on a different planet and bring it back to your space station and plant it on your space station. So yeah, there's crafting in the game. So you can craft 2 pumpkin seeds like this. It's all kind of prototypey at the moment. And then there's fast travel. So this is an NPC, and she has dialogue. And there's a radar in the game, so you're on a space station, and so you're going to be able to use the radar. It's also linked in with the crafting system and stuff like that. Cutscenes. And this thing here is a monorail. So the space station's huge, so you're going to be able to get around it using a monorail. Other type of development too, or only game dev? Game technology, I suppose. So there's two sides. There's the game, And then there's the engine itself. You know. So yeah, that's mostly what I do. So this has like all sorts of stuff in it. So this is like what drives the combat with those scorpion creatures. So I make all this as well. And this is like everything that Jenny, the NPC, can say. It's all her dialogue in the game. Like dialogue trees. So the stream's about making this, which is the editor and the kind of low level engine stuff. And also making the game at the same time. Alright, so we want template class L. We want layout members. I'll just call this layout. Layout L debug draw state S. And this is just going to be all of these. So yeah, the game's about 6 months old. 7 months. And the engine itself's probably coming up on about 2 years old now. I think the game's going to take a few years to make. It's going to be like maybe 3 years or something. All right. So this actually thinks it can't go in there. It thinks it can't go in this CPP file, but it can. And then what we want is basically a tick. And then every frame, we're just going to check if we need to get saved. Or we could just do it if we close the console. Maybe that would be better. So the game console, what's it called? Console. How do we check if it's been closed? Hide. So we could just do get debug draw state. Let's save there. So we're going to have, this is for hash. May as well save the hash. And we're going to go auto hash equals hash 64 this. Check if we can actually do that. Yeah. I'm going to go, well, this is new hash. If hash is not equal to new hash, I'm going to go hash is equal to new hash, and then we want to save it. So text, how do we even do this? So we're using, I know we're using the default layout writer. That's what we're using. I haven't done this for so long. God, it's used everywhere. So it's the text writer. So it's text writer, default layout writer. We want a builder and a type. So we're going to go DW string builder, and the type is this. Okay, stop please, check that builds. Okay, and then we just want to save if builder, well, we'll just save it. File, write UTF-8, debug draw dot state builder to string builder dot begin. Okay, cool. So this is, I'm not sure where it's going to save this. It'll probably save it in the assets folder. So let's see if it turns up in here. So we'll just run, and all I've got to do is close the console for it to save. Did it appear? No. Because it's not built it. That's annoying. Let's rebuild. So this should just this should make the debug draw.state file. Should probably be, well, that's fine. I'm gonna say I should probably be lowercase, but I've got a mix of upper and lowercase there. I need to move this weather system into the like the build files as well. Okay, so we actually have a compile error, so it definitely didn't build. Okay, so we need to include debug draw state. Where is debug draw state? It's in the engine, that's fine. All right, let's see then. So let's load this back up. So we've got to open the console, close it. There we go. Debug draw state. Okay, so there we go. That's our thing that we're going to use to persist between runs. So we need to actually load it now as well. So when we do this, I'm going to say, well, could do it in the constructor here. So we're just going to say if file exists, debug draw.state. Do we even need to do that? Auto buffer equals file read utility debug draw.state. And then we need to do text reader, default layout reader. That needs the buffer and the type this, and some dynamic storage by the looks of it. Do I actually need that? No. Alright, let's see if that just loads it in. Doug185, hey, how's it going? Welcome. I'm doing great, thanks. Hope you're doing alright. Just working on a little bit of like persisting the debug draw state across runs of the game. So when you set something like draw the colliders, and then you close the game, and when you reopen the game, it's still set to drawing the colliders. So you don't have to reset all your state all the time. I hope you're doing alright. Welcome. Okay. So all I want to do is just see if this loads this file in. So I have like a serialization system in the engine, which is this text reader and text writer, where you can serialize files into classes. And there is, so the output is this. So that's the file. And then when I load that in using this call here, well, I'll get the file. I read the file. If I read the file, I load it in, it actually puts it into this, which is debug draw state. So it'll set all these for me. In theory, anyway. Okay. So that actually, we're not actually making debug draw state, I don't think. Oh, we are, look. But we haven't set the because this is, we haven't actually set the working directory yet, so we can't do that. So it'll have to be on the get. It'll have to be on the get. So we're going to go if gdebug draw state.hash is not equal to hash this. Do that. Can't do it through a constructor. What's the problem? Oh. No, it's this. Maybe it does need to do a save. Well, hang on. If this gets changed, it needs to do a save. So I'm going to say if gd_state.hash is not equal to 0, gd_state.save. Else we'll load it. That'll just mean hopefully that if we just change it even in code, it will save. We'll try to save. Okay. There we go, set the hash. Should that have worked? I think I have to do hash equals hash 64 this. I have to write a hasher that doesn't actually include the hash. Can do that. I don't want to hash this. I don't want to include this hash because that's throwing it off. So it needs to hash the s.showing triggers. Showing colliders, showing nav meshes, showing regions, showing wind. Just want to hash those things. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Which means this is kind of going to be wrong at the moment. Well, all I've got to do actually is just delete this. So hopefully this means it will hash, not including the hash code. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's just going to keep going. If we do close this, so I'm going to hash it, I'm going to save it. So if we close it again, it should detect the same hash. Yeah. So now when we open, reads it. There we go. So now if we go show colliders and then we close the game, if this has worked, when we reload the game now, collider should be there. There we go. Set that to be true. Show triggers. Great. So if we do hide colliders, because I only really want the triggers to be there, because then that's the only way I know where I'm going at the moment. We do want to turn this fog down as well. It's a bit foggy. Put it to there. All right, cool. So let's check that off the list. The world map actually, a set of maps. We only make one currently. Yeah, maybe. Remove const from binary serializer. We should maybe do that, you know. It's not the most fun job. But we should do it. Do it and try not to break anything. This is a pretty low level engine system, the binary serializer. So we will very quickly discover if we break anything. Okay. I'll take a 2-minute break and then we'll get on with that. Be back in 2 minutes. The Spideyans killed me. Okay. So, const cast. So, one of the things is the binary writer was there's a few situations where I have to const cast because I was like, oh, we're writing to something. We'll never have to change. We'll never have to change anything in the thing we're writing. That isn't actually true. Binary write game trigger type. In this case, actually, I might be able to set it to be const. We'll just have to wait and see. Binary write. UI game trigger type renderer. Why isn't this const? Binary write trigger type. Binary write trigger type storage. Because we're calling in SHA on it. That's the problem. So hybrid storage is type erasure. This is like can be anything. What we have to do is before we write to it, we have to ensure that it's the type we need to write, which is T. And this might be blank. So that's why it needs to change. And that's screwing up the write system with this const. So I think what we're going to do is just look for all of these. I'm going to have to go through them all, unfortunately. There's a lot. Look at that, bloody hell. You know, we could look at them all and then just do a big mass edit. Let's look at them all. Pretty sure all of them are going to be to do with this writer. Serializer. This is used a lot. Interestingly though, where's the base class? Yeah. That not get shown up. Binary serializer.h. Oh yeah, nice here. Look. Okay, we'll do a mass edit and we'll see what happens. So basically we want to just replace it with void write. Like that. See what happens. $169 occurrences. Wow, look, it's not even something like that. Okay, and then const cast. We want to remove that. All the const casts. We want to hope it compiles and works. Who knows? That's another const cast. Another place for a const cast there. I'll leave that one. Okay. So this is just type storage. This is just a spline storage. E.test. This is a different thing. That's a different thing. Alright, so let's see if that builds. Nope. I didn't get them all. Oh, look. Okay. Sometimes I've implemented them in CPP files. I get it. .54 files edited. All right. So that's the same here as well. Like most of the time it's fine, it's const. All these are const stuff. No, it's just when we have this storage stuff happening. They were casting it to here. We're doing a thing where we're casting dynamic storage to dynamic storage ref. I don't think we need to do that either anymore. So the bulk mass edit did a bit. Got to like, sometimes we've implemented some of these in CPP files which I didn't catch. And hopefully we've not entirely broken the system doing this. It's pretty much, this is a big system in the engine that a lot of things use. I feel okay about it though. I think it should be fine. Worst comes to the worst, we can just stick with the fonts casts. Gonna build. Stopped wanting to build. What's going on here? Oh man, it's stuck. Let's turn off these compiler drivers. It's only this one. Alright, there we go. We're back. Font definition. Font data. Only 2 bar CPP files to do now. Might be good progress today. So I have a proper compiler right here. Binary write event. Const event storage. Binary write condition as well. And here. And here. Here we are just casting it to event storage. Doing our own const cast there. I'll probably be doing that there with storage as well. Right, event. So what's the problem here? Cannot convert from buffer. This is a right hand side. Yeah, I might have some problems with right hand sides. We'll just see. We'll see how far we get. Okay, we compiled the BM engine. That's good. Next one, let's try and compile Sci-Fi Gardener. So far, so good. That built, apparently. No problem in Sci-Fi Gardener. Well. Immediately failed. Game just immediately quits. Alright. What's happening there? Oh no, it wants to rebuild all of the assets. That's weird. Just deleted all of the assets. That's not the assets. That's just a file called assets. There's a lot of game data in here that I just deleted. So that's interesting. Why has it done that? Breakpoint there. Anoxidus, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Hope you're alright. I'm just I'm trying to correct an architectural mistake that I did like a year and a half ago that I've been dealing with ever since. And that's when you want to write when you want to write binary, I made this const because I was like, you're never going to have to alter this. This is the thing you want to write to binary, like a flat binary buffer. But that's not actually true. Sometimes this does need to change, and it means in a few places I've had to do like const casts, which kind of breaks through. If you have to do const cast almost all the time, it means your API is wrong, which it is. It should just be this. So I'm just figuring out, like, I've changed it all, and now the game won't even load. So we've broken it massively. Figure out why. Because this says BM do nothing, but this is inherited everywhere. Like here, for instance, this is like a C++ inheritance kind of. It's called template specialization. And this was const before. Still a beginner. Oh yeah, we're all beginners once. Don't worry about it. So the problem with putting const here, if you're a beginner, hang on, is T can't change. Write cannot change what T is, or any data in T. That's the problem, and that's that's what I assumed, because we're only writing T to this writer. I was like, well, T is never going to have to change because we're just like moving from T into the writer. But sometimes T does get changed, and that's a little bit more complicated why that happens. But sometimes T is what's called hybrid storage, which is typeless. So it's like a hybrid storage is like, it doesn't have a type. Laura Pink, thanks for the follow. Hey, how's it going? A problem with your headphones. A thing called hybrid storage, which is doesn't have a type. So sometimes these T's can contain hybrid storage, and if you want to write them to binary, so I write them to a disk, for example, or write them over the network, you need to give it a type before you do that. So if these hybrid storages come in blank, you have to ensure that they have a type, and that's why T might change, and that's a problem. Anyway, the buffer is empty. Which means it didn't write at all. Which is why it returns -1. Right. So why didn't that write at all? Where am I from? I'm from the northeast of England. Where are you from? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, see you later. Yeah, I think I'm leaving at about 5. So,
Okay.
all right, see you later. I'm from the northeast of England. Yeah. Okay, didn't need to rebuild the assets, which is good. I can't even remember how this works. This is years old, this code. Okay, that's the asset list. That's not... I'm going to have to go and rebuild all the fonts again. I'm going to turn off... On it, quit. I might turn off rebuilding the fonts because they take absolutely ages. Okay, we'll just stop that. So let's just if zero this out for now. Laura Pink. So, if she has a problem with the headphones, it might be you're possibly a bot. If you need for me to reply on chat, possibly some crazy AI bot, which would be mental. Yeah, too friendly. You get two types. You get like a bot, two types of over-friendly things. A bot or someone trying to sell you Twitch overlays. They're always really friendly. Alright, so what we're building now. This is the asset list, so that's nothing. Oh, actually, I know what's happening. No. It's not that. It's not nothing. It's this NAT JMC thing. So NAT JMC is something that you write which stops you jumping into code. And because I'm not bothered about what a binary writer does, I don't jump into it. All right, there we go. So it's immediately going to nothing. That's why. What's going on there then? What is T? So it's here. Oh, we are doing a const and a non-const version. Oh, that's a shame. Okay, well, let's just get rid of this. Manage to get rid of all these consts. If this turns out to, because this is so low level in the engine, this might turn out to be like a bad idea. We'll just go back. You can ask me something. First tell me you're not a bot. Because you've got like such sophisticated AI talky things now. It can be convincing. The bot is going crazy. I'll leave her on for a bit and then I'll ban her. See if she's proved that she's not a bot. So we have a problem with right-hand sides. I thought we were going to have a problem with right-hand sides. That means we need requires, not requires binary, so that requires a binary. So I might do a binary, might do a right hand side version as well. Yeah. So you were trying to set, like, you fall into the other category, which is okay. So I don't generate any money from this or anything. So I can't really spend any money on it yet, unfortunately. What's my opinion on the future of Web3 blockchain? Philness34, thanks for the follow. I don't have an opinion, I don't really know what it is. Yeah, that's a bot or some guy spamming on 50 channels. What, Philinus guy? Oh, the Laura. Yeah, it could be someone touting for business. Which is fine, I don't mind that so much. As long as when you say no, they go away. You know, everyone's got to try and earn money. But she needs to get her headphones fixed. Am I interested or not? I'm not interested, no. Well, she just replied to you, Anoxidus. Are you interested, Anoxidus? I'm not interested. I can't afford to spend any money on this. So we need right hand sides for that. Like for all of these, really. You know what? I want to just not do it. It's only the dynamics. No right hand side for that. We need a right hand side for that. We need. That's fine. That is the same as that. That is the same as that. I do need a right hand side for that. And a right hand side for these. Well, let's just put them in. I'm not convinced anymore, really. This is a good idea. Talking business here. I'm not interested, thank you, Laura. What I'll do is I can time her out for like an hour. That's what I'll do. Alright. What's your opinion on Golang? Ooh, I don't know anything about it. I don't have an opinion. Really. Let's have a look. I'll do a quick 2 minutes research. Go programming language. Oh, I have heard of Go, yeah. I don't have enough experience in it at all to have an opinion, unfortunately. Ugh. So I know it's a systems language, like C++. So what makes it different from C++? What would it be? Why you would want to use that rather than C++? Compile type. Garbage collected. Oh, interesting. So it's a garbage collected systems language. That's in that built actually. Let's see if this actually runs. It's gonna have to do some. Okay, I think it's actually going through now and working. Trying to. No, it's going to do nothing again. I'm just going to junk it. I'm just going to not do this because this is too massive and too fundamental. We'll just have to have a few const casts. My Fu Manchu, hey, welcome back. Yeah, we're talking about garbage collected systems languages, which is apparently Go is, which I don't really know anything about Go. Very simple writing style. Yeah. It did seem simple. C++ is not simple. That's one of its headaches. Okay, I don't want to do that. My Fu Manchu, welcome back. How are you doing? You know why C++ doesn't need a garbage collector? Because it has, if you use it properly, it has destructors. Because it doesn't generate any garbage. Well, I don't know about that. No, I suppose it doesn't leave any dangly pointers or anything, in theory. Yeah, I know nothing about this really, this language. Go routines. It's like a coroutine, but a Go routine. Interesting. We're on holiday for a week. Yeah, I'm kind of not coding as much. I'm school holiday in Scotland. You've probably just about finished your school holidays. To finish middle of August. We just started here, so I'm only going to do a couple of streams a week while the kids off school. Go syntax kind of like C. Ah, right, okay. I've done a bit of C as well. Nothing massive though. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to stream Tuesdays and Thursdays till the end of August, if I can. And then after that, Monday to Friday again. We can have an eye in Scotland as well. Cool. We're all kind of close then. I'm in. I live in Whitby. Do you know Whitby? It's in the northeast of England. It's a few hours away from. Maybe it takes about 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours to get to Scotland. Only because there's like no motorways or anything. It's not actually that far. Syntax is easier. Yeah, C++ syntax, right, is... It takes some getting used to, for sure. But you do get used to it if you do it enough. And once you get used to it, I find it really kind of like, it's like very, very, very expressive. It's just a bit of a nightmare to look at, unfortunately. All this stuff is a bit of a... So much like, you got to like decorate your calls so much with things that it becomes a bit of a nightmare to look at. Like, if I was Mr. C++, I would come up with a way to wrap decorators up. So you just add into one word or something. "27 years of program experience. Still lost with too much template meta programming." Yeah. Yeah. And it gets more and more and more. Like, they've added concepts now, which affects... Well, okay. Concepts is one of those wrappy things that I was talking about, which is quite nice. I quite like concepts. Because I can say, like, I can create a concept which is a gameplay control. Is gameplay controller, which means belongs in this list. And then here I can just say, is gameplay controller, so that only accepts things that belong in this list, which is quite nice. It's been wrapped up. You know, you don't have to put a big long decorator on the end to make sure. It's quite like that. Now reflection, which is awesome. Yeah, reflection's gonna be good. My idea with reflection is to write one interface into it, which well, it's a bit difficult to explain. So text serialization. This is my reflection system. So I have one interface into it, right? And then right now I have to do template specialization for everything I want reflected. When reflection comes out, I'll just be able to implement this, and I'll just pass in a type, and I can just get the type name, and then layout members is just callbacks. So this will just be able to do this automatically for me. So you just have one little thing, and that's it, and that reflects everything into your whatever you want to be reflected, whatever reflection system you want. So that's my idea. That's the way I'm going to use it. Now the problem is, I think I had a look on the timelines for MSVC with C++26 and stuff, and like, I reckon it's going to take them ages to get standard meta. It's currently blocked in the actual timeline. Let me find it. 27 years. Similar time to me, that. It's about the same length of time I've been programming, which is interesting. Okay. What am I looking at? I can't even find it. I always look at it on my iPad, and it's got a different interface into Google Chrome to find my bookmarks. So I have to look through this big list. if it's even on here. Other book on mobile bookmarks. There it is. It's on the mobile bookmarks. So this is the MSVC C++ 2026 features. And if we search for meta, it's blocked. And then they say, implementing 2023. Until that's done, we're not accepting pull requests for 2026 features. So we're in 2025 now, and they're still doing stuff from 2023. So do you think we'll get standard meta in 2027? Who knows? But yeah, started 34 years ago. Okay. You win. I'm only 39. I didn't start programming when I was 5. Balerno, village close to Edinburgh. Ah, right, cool. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to actually scrap this. This is too hard. Well, it's not that. It'd take too long. And it's for too minor thing. Okay. This game stalls when swapping to Sven the droid for the first time. Is that still a thing? Oh, I'm going to have to build all the assets as well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to standard meta. It's going to save me a lot. Writing this out a lot of times. It's going to save me having to do that for even more things. And template 4. Have you heard of template 4? That's coming out apparently. Template 4, so it's a for loop that goes through your variadic template arguments, which is nice. No, maybe it's not that. That's what I would like. It's a for loop that goes through a standard tuple. Maybe it would go through your variadic template arguments as well. Maybe. There might be someone that's another compiler that's implemented and find out. The problem is, like, when you Google template 4, it's such a generic thing that you don't get many results because it just thinks it's the word for. So right now you need to go through a tuple, you need to do some wizardry. You need to do this stuff, which basically just sets up a list of function calls into your tuple, and you can put a lambda there. And it just basically it just flattens a big list out, and then it just basically calls with each, well, it just basically calls, and this is a different X for every single element in the tuple. So then you can just get the type back out like that, you see. But there will be template 4, which you won't need to do that. Alright, we've got unspecified error. Let's just turn back on. So that is a DirectX thing. I've messed stuff up doing this to do. Let's undo this as well. So let's just rebuild all the assets. C++ mostly C style, yeah. Here's he on the, yeah. Yeah, you just gotta get used to looking at it. For a long time, I was doing like C++ light, or whatever you want to call it. Until around about like C++ 2020 maybe. And then it gradually crept into my code, the modern C++ features. And now I find it really kind of, it's really super duper expressive. And I quite like it now. Before I was like, man, what is all this stuff? I quite like it. You know, it's very verbose, but it allows you to do some really cool stuff. And you know, you can do a lot of stuff at compile time. What I would like is a really descriptive way to output errors. So they do it a bit with static assert, where you can output an error. I'd like a super descriptive way to output errors, so you can output your own errors to the console or whatever, that makes sense to you and that are context dependent. That would be a nice thing for the committee to work on. Because right now, you get used to the C++ errors, the compiler errors and what they say, but they are quite bad, really. Often the error, because of the template stuff, the error in the code is nowhere near the compiler error. And that's a real problem. So Visual Studio have this problem details panel, which has helped quite a lot. But if you could like write some kind of expressive way to output compile errors, that'd be really cool, I think. Like what I would like is, so an example of that would be if you forget to implement this, it comes to here and does nothing, right? But what I have is something called a static, what's it called? Something assert. I haven't used it really. Not asset. Let's see if I can find out where it is. Static not implemented. And what that does is it fires a static assert when you don't implement something, which is quite nice. Apart from this is a hack, what I would like is a message which says this type is not implemented, or this type has not implemented this function. That's what I would like. I would like more expression. So if I say like static not implemented and you put that somewhere, if you like forget to implement a function somewhere, This silently fails right now. If you forget to implement, if you implement a reflect type and you forget to put layout members, this silently fails. If you didn't want it to silently fail, you could put a static assert there, and it would actually compile, be a compiler and say, you didn't implement this, but I would like more expressive. So I could say that this type didn't implement this type. Yeah, they're bad. They're really bad. Like, I hardly use what the error is saying to find the error. All I use is go to the point in code and then I'll look myself, which is a sign of a bad error message if you're not actually reading the message ever. But it would be nice. I don't know how you would do it. It'd require some cleverer people than me, but some kind of descriptive error system that you could write over the top of your program, which gave good compile errors, would be nice. Yeah, it's taken 10,000 years to compile all of the assets. Problem with me just doing that thing with the binary serializer is I accidentally deleted all the game's compiled assets. So it has to compile them all up again, which takes a while. Mostly fonts. The font, I need to like multi-thread this. It is multi-threaded, but in the wrong place. I made a mistake. Multi-threaded it on the levels instead of on the asset types. All right. Okay, we're in. Have we crashed? We've not crashed. So we have all our assets again. Okay. Well, that was a big journey to nowhere. Yeah, all I'm really doing is little bits on the to-do list. I'm not starting anything new for a while because there was a bit too much to do on the to-do list. World map is actually a set of maps. We only make one currently. I'm not sure if that's true anymore. Should quest markers advise the player to use the monorail even though the monorail costs money? That's a gameplay thing, so we're not going to do that. What happens to NPCs on board the monorail when the game is saved? No idea. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should get an NPC to go on board the monorail. It spits out the compiler. Yeah. Yeah, C++, MSVC is bad. I also think I've lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Can't remember. All right. So we're going to go into the test room. This thing helps quite a lot. I don't know if you use this. This allows you to like drill down the stack from where the error was. To get back to what actually caused the error. Not the program stack, like the template stack or whatever. So we need this person to go into a different room using the monorail. How do we do that? Monorail station. So we do have some patrol there. Oh no, that's a spawn. Well, that X means it's a patrol. Someone's patrol, I think. So let's look up Jenny's patrol. Oh, there's 2. Okay, so let's just disable this one. And let's see if Jenny actually gets on board the monorail. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. I would like an option to stop at the first compile error in the file. That would be nice. So you can still compile other CPP files, but just stop at the first compile error in the file in each file. I would like that. Stops you having to scroll up all the time. Okay, so in theory, she comes down here and waits for the monorail to come. Or she goes there, and then she goes here. And she's going to wait. Interesting, she waits right on the monorail. Maybe she shouldn't do that. And she's off. So what happens if we save? Alright, let's reload the game. So the monorails don't seem to change. They don't seem, when you reload the game, they don't seem to actually. So they stay on board the monorail. That's probably fine, you know. She's back now because she's part of a cutscene. So if we reload, she goes back onto the monorail. I think that's fine. The monorails don't go back to where they were, but that's because I never coded that in. So that's me doing a quick load there. So if I quick load, so this is a brand new instance of the game, right? So if I quick load, she's on the monorail. Oh, she's waiting for a monorail. Is she on a monorail? Yeah, I think that's okay. What I might work on though is I want her to walk up to it and not walk on top of the monorail. I want her to wait by the side. I want her to wait here. On this boundary. So this is to do with interrupting the patrol, I think. The patrol isn't, it should be being interrupted and it's not. Okay. I have to head off in 5 minutes. Paused. Is it paused? It's to do with the fast travel system handling the patrol. Handle fast travel tag monorail. So we're doing a fast travel on. So let's see if she ends up here. So this should pause her. She needs to pause basically. Comes down. And then when she gets to this boundary, she needs to stop and pause the patrol. And then when a monorail car turns up, resume it again. No, she doesn't. Oh, she does there. Fast travel region tag ID. Okay, so the fast travel region. So this region must be wrong. Let's just run down there and so we, oops. I need a way to turn off all the triggers. So this is -13, -6. G-World. Fast travel region. So it's either going to go out there or out there. So it's mine. So it is that boundary. We just did it too late. We should have come in here earlier. Okay. So this is Jenny. So if it's not, if the patrol is not paused, we return false because we couldn't handle it. We need to do this first. Right. Well, that's something to go work on. I'm going to have to head off. It's 5 to 5. So the first thing I'll work on next time is we just need to check that this checks if she's walked into that region. If she has walked into it, then we do that. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to structure that, but we'll do it. Anyway, I've got to head off. That was a good stream. I'm back Tuesdays and Thursdays, I would say, for the next few weeks. And then end of August, beginning of September, back 5 days, Monday to Friday. Yeah, see you later.